have to click go live. It's dumb. It's dumb.
There, you know.
You know, what she's done has been really special. I've been knowing Anna for at least 5 years, and what she's done every year is just progressed over and over, gotten better players. She's got in her system, she's got a knack of finding that right player that fits her system, and that's why they're in this tournament today.
They've been really good. Let's flip the switch on over to East Texas A&M. They were going to make a little bit of a run last year in this Southland Conference tournament. They really kind of rolled the dice a little bit and really were able to play with it there in last year's tournament. Everything for this team starts with Coral Horvath.
It does. She is the driving factor alongside Ellison. I just feel like you have an overall kind of balanced scoring when it comes to East Texas A&M. They're a team in conference. When it came to conference play, that was dangerous for a lot of teams. They were a team that were able to gain 2 wins and sweep Stephen F. Austin, one of the top teams in conference play. So I'm excited to see how they step out early and being aggressive.
Yeah, look, they were just one of 2 teams. You mentioned that Stephen F. Austin. They were just one of 2 teams to sweep Stephen F. Austin, which is a pretty good squad, obviously top 4 in the Southland.
Yeah, but Corey Hampton is not only the best player, but they've got a real special coach. I like to look at the coaches, but Valerie King is really good at making adjustments. She'll stop and go with 2 3-guard offense, go small, sometimes she'll go big. So she's really good at making changes on the fly.
You talk about the scoring. I mean, obviously, Ellison at 15 points. You got Reza Poe at 13 points. Horvath somewhere around 9 points a game. They really can. They have an incredible balanced scoring for the Lady Lions.
And I feel like when it comes into tournament season, that's important. It's a little bit of everyone that can chip into these matchups. You don't know who can kind of take off, and that's big, especially when it comes to Northwestern State. Having to know your scouting report is going to be crucial.
All right.
You know, she thinks she knows, but I can. She knows this women's basketball up and down.
Up and down, baby.
Yeah.
All right, we got about 45 seconds. We'll start with you. Keys to the game. What do you think it's going to take to get a win here?
For Northwestern State, I think you just got to come out aggressive. You have to play your style of play. Don't waver from it. Get in the paint, be aggressive, get the ball into Adama. She's got to get going early. For East Texas A&M, rely on your balanced scoring that you have. Horvath has to come out to a good start.
I think for Northwestern State, they've got a good job of stopping forward. You got to make sure you contain and control her opportunity. So with that being said, I'm going to give the edge to Northwestern State.
I think you're going out on a little bit.
I don't mind going on.
A little bit of a limb there. I think it's all about for East Texas A&M. If they want to pull the upset, they've got to find a way to limit their turnovers. I think that's going to be a big key to this one. All right, we will see you at halftime. We got have the traditional broadcast over on ESPN Plus. We will be right back here halftime and postgame. Enjoy it. This is the start of day number 2 here in the Southland Conference Tournament.
facility looks great. The floor looks great. Accommodations are awesome. So yeah, it's just great to be here.
We were just talking about the floor. How spectacular is that? The NBA Finals can't get the trophy on the floor, but the Southland can.
That's right. It looks beautiful. And, every little touch that we're doing really touches our players and our coaches and the fans. And that's why we're here.
Coach, 19 years here.
Yeah, we had a lot of players come back from last year. We had a lot of players come back that were young last year. Signed a special player, Buddy Ingram. Really been a program. But it's all led by Charlotte Oakley, our oldest senior, senior player. Which in this day and age, we all know it's really hard to have a 4-year player. Not only our captain, but things like that. Never missed practice. Constant worker. Our kids follow her.
You talked about it. I just love the nickname for Ingram Bunny. Just speaking on her athleticism that she's just showcased this entire season. And you brought it up, Charlotte O'Keefe, and just the impact all around that she has had. Can you just continue to kind of speak on how proud you are of her and what she's been able to accomplish in the regular season?
Well, for the second year in a row, I think she's 0.1 rebounds tonight. Like you said, came in as a freshman, pretty much started from day one. Came through a big time program in Kansas. We have our two coaches in Kansas, so we always have our Kansas ties. But one of those players that's not flashy, that gets the job done. And I think we've got some very hardworking. I mean, you can come into our gym every day before practice. We got 3 freshmen. They have to get in the game. They do that, right? Like I said earlier, her commitment to UTRGV is big time. I don't know if you guys know this, I think you do, but with football coming in this year, we had a great season and we sold out every game. UTRGV right now, the school spirit is at an all-time high. I think we're selling out baseball games, volleyball. Volleyball wins the conference championship. We just won indoor women's track on the indoor season. So it's just a great time to be at Vaquero, and we're just real fortunate to be a part of it.
Hey, Lane, now, one thing
Hey, Coach.
everybody's talking about your basketball team coming to the tournament. Nobody's talking about the coach. So this time of the year, I want you to share with the viewers, though, kind of what you're doing to prepare your team for this tournament right now.
Well, I tell you, we just played both these teams last week at our place, so a lot of familiarity with these two teams. But as soon as this game's over, we're going to go and get our scout in. We're going to watch the video, and then we're going to come back and get our practice in, and then we'll go back to the hotel and get some more video in, and then it's early morning tomorrow. Here we go. But we played 3 games last week. We were done on Monday, so we took Tuesday and Wednesday off. It's been a long year. And tried to heal up a little bit, and so then we went hard Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday morning, then get on the bus and came here.
Now, what about study hall? Are they having study hall right now?
They don't have it today, but I'm sure our academic advisor is getting that in for sure at some point in the next couple days. So, yeah. All right, I appreciate y'all.
Thank you so much, Coach.
Thanks, Coach. Appreciate it.
Right now, Northwestern State
give credit to East Texas A&M. They came out incredible in that first quarter. Truly showed a lot of heart, especially on the defensive end. They did a great job of packing the paint, really forcing Northwestern State to kind of get a little bit out of rhythm. Closed out that first quarter shooting 57% from the three-point line. They were hot.
Well, East Texas, though, they came out that locker room with energy, but they knocked down some shots early. And I think Northwestern State didn't match that energy early on, but they got back in it slowly but surely. But the bottom line is you better be consistent with your effort this time of the year. They call it March Madness or March Sadness.
We talked about, there's been a lot of talk about
saw how greatly she impacts the game for Northwestern State when she was out in early foul trouble. You saw the flow of their offense didn't come as easily, which in that time you needed Valentine to step up a little bit. She kind of got into it a little bit in that second quarter, but still just needs some more production.
There's got to be a will to compete, though, Northwestern State. I didn't think that they came out and threw that punch right back, but I think the second half they'll make some adjustments. But East Texas, I've been very pleased with what they've done. They came up with a good game plan. And the biggest deal is they make a shot. They spread the offense, go a little dribble drive, pitch, a spot up jump shot. And they 5 up. That's hard to guard.
Coach Hannah Adams would probably want to see her team turn it over. Look, you talk about that early punch from Northwestern. It's immediately important. Immediately following that run on East Texas A&M. I think that kind of set the tone that you mentioned. Northwestern State really throw that extra punch after that. East Texas A&M.
And just in that first half, you really saw that East Texas A&M looks like a team that wants to continue and get till tomorrow.
You got to be hungry. If you want to get to the next round, you can't be denied. No matter what you encounter on that court, you got to make sure you counter whatever's thrown at you.
And you saw a lot of energy and effort from East Texas A&M, willing to battle for those 50-50 balls. They did a great job on the boards as well. That is one thing that was a key to the game starting this matchup.
How do you think they got to 13-point lead, though? They knocked down some shots. They got in transition, too. That was key. And while they were running in transition, they made it take it in East Texas. Northwestern State players were jogging back, which opened up some more opportunities to spot up jump shots or driving lane.
She was capable of. We knew that she was a three-point shooter. That is three-point certified. She can knock it down, and that she has been able to be evidence of. mentioned it. She had those early fouls, but you can still come out in this second half and still looking to be aggressive, and that's what she did when she had a great start in that first quarter. Got to get back to it.
Well, Northwestern State, I think after going in the locker room, probably teaching a little bit, talking a little bit, they understand it's got to be a collective effort. Probably not. Hey, we'll send them the bill, though, after the tournament.
Well, you talked about it. You have to take care of the basketball. That's how East Texas A&M was able to capitalize. And you brought it up as well. In transition, they were able to knock down shots. I truly believe if you can come out aggressive, take care of the basketball, get back in the paint, and get back into the flow of your offense, you can really get things going.
I think if I'm Northwestern State, though, I'm going to encourage my guys to give determined effort. And you only got 20 minutes. You rest tomorrow, but right now, your season is on the line. So it's down now.
That is it. Both these coaches, they've been in this spot, win a couple of games, try and get deep into this tournament. We will be right back here at postgame again. Your halftime score, East Texas A&M up 32-23. Second half is going to be coming up back over on ESPN+. We'll be right back here for postgame reaction analysis, pressers, all of that stuff. Go check it out. Second half on ESPN+ coming up next. Welcome back to the Southland Conference Tournament. We have just wrapped up our first women's day of the game. And Northwestern State, they're able to get the win, a big second half, 69-56. They get the win, survive and advance. That is what the postseason
That was
is.
about what it was.
Coach Anna Nims with us. Coach, I want to start. What was the biggest difference for you guys first half to second half? Was it as simple? Sometimes it can be as simple as shots finally are going. What was the biggest difference?
I would say defend and rebound. Obviously, you know, we have some really quality shooters. We have a handful of what we would deem green light shooters, but it wasn't necessarily that. We didn't necessarily guard intelligently, right? Our starting group really got into some foul trouble early, and rightfully so. Very much were fouls. Just, I think maybe some frustration fouls that got the best of us, and we definitely challenged them at a half. Like, you know, we had to find ways to stay in the game. We have to stay true to our defensive scout. But I thought they did a nice job. And really, I think the girls that came off the bench and gave us so many bench protection, like, I mean, we got down 15, 16, and we stayed within 9 going into half. And so I think it was a collective team effort. Obviously not the way you wanted to come out and play right from the jump. A lot more stressful than what we wanted. But it is survive and advance, and I think we survived. But I think we also thrived. I think we learned from our mistakes. I think we settled in. You know, and so we just did a better job defensively. And, you know, right here we've got 36 points in the paint. That's outstanding. We always talk about winning the rebounding war, or dominating it rather. And 53-26, that's absolutely what that is. And against a very high-scoring, good quality team.
Is that something you guys see in the on film, that you will be able to attack the paint? Obviously, you mentioned it, the 36 points in the paint, also pulling down 53 rebounds. That's you don't see that a whole ton, 53 rebounds.
Yeah, well, when you let it fly as much as we do from the perimeter, you better be a good rebounding team, or that's a recipe for disaster. You know, we actually only got off 20. I'd like to see us get off maybe 10 more. But you have to rebound down. You have to really get physical blockouts. Or, like I said, that's a turnover going that way. Every single loss, you might as well count it as such. So, great team win, right? Survive and advance. Obviously, we're going to have an incredibly tough matchup. Our starters played a lot of minutes, but on the flip side, not everybody. Carla played 40. Naya played 39, but a couple of our other starters, you know, played 25. So maybe we should be fresh tomorrow.
Right, and Coach, you talked about it and mentioned it a little bit earlier, settling in. How proud of you are your team for battling through East Texas A&M's momentum early in the contest, and yet you guys turned around and executed down the stretch?
And I think that's something that our team's done a lot this year. Again, we get out. I feel like the same halftime speech has happened in the last 4 games. And I'm tired of that one.
It's pretty good.
Got to change it up. Yeah, whatever
Right.
it is, keep that going.
Right.
It's not meant for TV. We'll say that. But
Good thing we're on YouTube, huh?
The PG version.
they show a lot of resolve. I think they showed a lot of resiliency, and I think they've done that a lot of games. And one of our points of, you know, why we should have success at this point is because we've won a handful of really tight games. We've handled a lot of really big runs, and that's what basketball is. You have to be able to maturely handle a game of runs. And unfortunately for us, Commerce made the longest run. But the second we took that lead and we had that timeout, I said, now it's time. We're done exchanging possessions. Now we don't ever go back. There's no more runs. They've had their run. And we had to go. And I think they did a tremendous job and made smart plays, minus our turnovers down the stretch, in the sense of maybe could have gotten a quick shot, but understanding let's get the ball out and slow it down.
One thing I liked about your team, though, they had the will to compete. You won the second chance opportunities. I don't know if you emphasized that in the second half, but they stepped up, came through for you, made this a really good game. You came up victorious. What will you do now to get ready for tomorrow?
I think we got to come out from the tip. I think that's big. I think we had a lot of excitement, maybe a little more jitters than what we actually expected. But our game plan is going to stay, and that's something I've impressed upon. Like, we're not changing game to game to game based on whoever we play. I believe wholeheartedly if we just continue to correct us and do us really, really well, we can compete with anybody in this building regardless of how they play defense or how they run offense or how they rebound, because we stick to our philosophy, and we at this point in the season we're worrying about us, and let's do us really, really well.
That's good.
Coach, appreciate you. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you guys.
Maybe we'll get to do it again tomorrow.
Let's hope so.
Go celebrate. 24 hours. We'll do it all over again. That is Coach Anna Nims. They get themselves a win, 69-56. Appreciate Coach Anna Nims for taking a little bit of time. Look, and she kind of talked about it. It was complete difference from first half to second half. We talked about it in the first half. Didn't feel like a whole lot went right for the Demons in that first half. the second half felt like everything went right for the Demons. Whatever that halftime speech is, Tick, I'm sure you've given a couple of those.
She needs to bottle that halftime speech.
she says she's tired of it. I think she might want to keep that up. Huh? Yeah. But what was it when you watch it? What was the biggest difference to you guys, first half to second half?
I think you truly talked about it. In that first half, Northwestern State just didn't look like they had a lot of intensity. In that second half, they looked like an entirely different team.
Yeah. Well, they had the big girl going a little bit too in that paint. She missed some easy chippies in the first half. Second half, she finished her plays, and that opened up some outside shooting. Because now the defense collapsing on the post, which opened up some perimeter shooting. But the second chance points really helped Northwestern State.
Felt like the fourth quarter was a lot of the end-all, be-all. That kind of ended anything that really East Texas A&M had left in the tank. When you look back, really the third quarter, I'll put it to you this way. So at the halftime break, I'm just going to run down these numbers real quick. Points in the paint, or points off turnovers at the end of the third quarter, going into the fourth quarter. It was +4 from the halftime break. So they were up to 6. In the points in the paint, they were only at 14 at halftime, up to 24. She was talking about getting down in the paint, up to 36. They were able to really get after it there in the third quarter. And also second chance points. It was 4-3 in the second chance points at halftime. They're able to get a couple of buckets there, and then +11 from the bench. I thought the bench really played well, especially there in the third quarter of this game.
And you got some really good, like you mentioned, key reserves really stepped up in that contest. Purdue went to work in the paint, was able to finish around the rim, especially in that third quarter. She really got the momentum going for Northwestern State. A player that earlier in the season only averaged 0.8 points per game, came in and had 8.
The whole year, immediately. I mean, look, she finishes with 10 points. She had 0.8. She was averaging 0.8 points a game, and she comes in and gets some effort and does really well here in a tournament win-or-go-home game. And, look, you need that out of your bench.
We talked about it, how you have to be deep in your bag in tournament play, but you also need some key reserves to step up, and they did.
Yeah, well, the second half really proved your thoughts determine what you want, your actions determine what you get. And that's really what happened. They decided to throw the punch and not wait for the opposition to throw the first punch like they did in the first half. They came out. I don't know what Coach Nem said. I really like to hear it, but it's probably not made for TV.
We could be a fly on the wall.
Well, we talked about being a paint chip on the wall. I'm sure. I think we were right. There might be some paint chips off the wall. But look, you talk about that fourth quarter, and it was an early bucket for East Texas A&M to extend their lead a little bit. It was immediately 15-0 and then 18-3. Really kind of set in and dominated that fourth quarter. That was a big turning point in this game in the fourth quarter.
I think
it was, but why do the band always set up right behind us? I forgot all about this game. As soon as I saw them set that cymbal down. All right, let's get back to the game.
Yeah, you can tell Tick gets a little rattled by that snare drum. But back to the fourth quarter. I mean, it was pure domination, especially to start. Look, Northwestern State did not lead for the majority of this game. They didn't lead. They had led 35 seconds, and that was the early, first 5-0 run. Their second lead of the game came in the first minute of the fourth quarter.
So give all the credit to East Texas A&M. They did a great job of battling in this contest, just down the stretch, just couldn't finish it through. But Northwestern State in that fourth quarter shooting 66.7% from the three-point line. They were really able to knock down shots and then were able to finish the game with 17 offensive rebounds. You talked about it, how big their second chance opportunities were.
Yeah, they did a good job there in the fourth quarter. And look, again, nothing went right for them there in the first half, and it was just utter domination in the second half. As a whole, stick around here on with the post game coming up in a little bit. We're going to have both Northwestern State and East Texas A&M coaches and players both going to be in the media room. We're going to hear from them post game. Plus, we'll get you ready for our second quarterfinal matchup, which will be coming up a little bit later on here in about 30 minutes from right now. That one will be a lot of fun as well. Quick note for all of you watching out there. tickets have been reduced for coming up the semifinals and the finals. There are tickets on sale right now, $10 and $5. Standing room only and normal tickets on sale right now. You can go check those out online. So if you want to come to the semifinal and the championship, go check those out. That's a pretty good deal.
It is a real good.
You're coming to watch the semifinal and the championship for $10. You can't beat that.
No, not for the quality of basketball that's going to be in this building.
All right, let's go ahead and let's go ahead and take a quick look at our Southland Conference bracket, the updated women's bracket, real quick. Of course, obviously coming up here in just a little bit, we're going to get a look at UIW and Nichols. That will be the game coming up here in just a bit. But Northwestern State, they advance to take on Texas Rio Grande Valley. She mentioned it. Their style of play can pretty much play with just about anybody. I mean, look, they gave McNeese their only conference loss of the season.
Right.
They can play with just about anybody.
Right, and that'll be a great matchup between those two teams. You have an equal amount of balance when it comes to your bigs and as well as your guard production.
If you're waiting on me to say something, wrong show. This is going to be a great game, though. When you look at McNeese, first of all, they got depth. They played together. The coach is outstanding. I think Ayla is as good as they come. I don't like to hype any coach up, but, I've always liked her style.
Wait, hold up. Did you just say you don't like to hype up a coach?
Only me.
You've hyped up
You
every
hyped up-
single one.
You have hyped up every single coach that is played in this
I
tournament.
think y'all misunderstood.
No.
No. I think you've gotten caught. He's gotten caught.
You're caught red-handed. We have played your game. You have played it, and it has run out, Tick.
Okay. All right.
Wait a
minute.
minute. We're going to go ahead and go to the
Okay.
post-game presser. And looks like Coach Nim, she's got a special
cutie.
guest hanging out
cutie
with
pie,
her.
yeah.
Let's head on back. That is Northwestern State. They're taking the podium now. We'll be right back. Let's go back to the media room.
We had to handle basketball's obviously a game of runs. Commerce had the biggest run, didn't they? Okay, and but at the end we finished the game with the biggest run, and the girls held them scoreless for a couple minutes in different stretches. Hello. And they just did a really nice job. Did a lot of nice things. But anytime you can pull down 53 rebounds, we talk a lot about dominating the rebounding war. You put yourself in a good position to have success when that's the case. So I'm just very proud.
Coach, you talked about the challenge at halftime, and then coming out the second half, your team outscored them, I think, by over 20 points in the final two quarters. Just if you can speak to that message and then what you saw on the floor in the next half.
Well, a lot of times, sometimes, unfortunately, offense, really dictates sometimes your defensive success. And for us, we really pride ourselves on our defense, on our rebounding. Commerce, to their credit, they did a really nice job chasing our shooters around. Obviously, in our opinion, we have a lot of really good green light shooters. But we just weren't able to get as loose as normal. And then, obviously, we had 36 points in the paint, so we were able to kind of find a different way to score, and they did a nice job. And what I told Naya there in the half, or just now in the locker room, is when she was able to play it off the bounce, she creates such big gaps, for other people. And then when you have shooters on the perimeter that can absolutely stretch the floor, then that's going to be important.
For you, just kind of going off what Coach said there, being able to make opportunities for yourself and your teammates, just talk about your mindset in the game today.
I think I always try to have like a scoring mindset as well. And as a point guard, my job is to get others involved as well as look for myself. And so like today, I think I found that balance a little bit as I got going.
And B, for you, you were really the closer today, 14 points in the fourth quarter, and really helped kind of seal the game and pull away in those final minutes. Just talk about fighting through that adversity of getting those 2 fouls early and then being able to put the finishing touches on this one.
Yeah, I knew that whenever I was to go back in that I had to give it my all, especially going into that fourth quarter. There's nothing more to, there's nothing holding me back. Like, there's no promised game after this. So I just knew I had to give it my all that fourth quarter, and that's what I did.
All right, we'll open it up for any questions.
Yeah, Coach. Your bench was outstanding today. When you mentioned the player of the year was saddled with 2 fouls in the first half. Everybody, you got contribution from everybody. Mina had some really nice plays. Samaya, 10-point career, over doubling her career high.
Yep.
So I mean, how big was the bench? Walby was on the bench. Just treading water and even cutting into the lead.
Oh, I think the girls did phenomenal. And again, we just talked about it in the locker room. It's going to take our entire team to make it through this conference tournament. And we have players make big plays. I don't care what team in the country, anytime you lose a handful of starters, you're looking to your bench to fill minutes that they maybe haven't even filled all year. And I thought our girls did a tremendous job. We got down maybe 15. Those girls kept us within, shooting distance. We stayed within 9. And such a big credit to every single kid that played, to our bench energy, to our fans, to our cheer, to our band. Like, everybody kept us in the game. And I think a lot of that, like, obviously, if she was on the bench, we still needed someone to let it fly. But I think everybody did a good job of finding one another, building off one another. And let's go ahead and tip our cap to our freshmen that played big-time minutes, had a big-time defensive assignment. She went 4 for 7, 2 for 2. I mean, talk about a standout atmosphere, or a standout performance by a freshman that hasn't earned that many minutes. But what she did in 9 minutes was not only crucial, but just highly impressive.
Yeah, you mentioned the rebounding battle. You've been just phenomenal on the offensive glass throughout.
Thank you. I'm really good at rebounding.
Well, your team has been phenomenal.
You're okay.
Yeah. And during this hot stretch you've been on the end of the year, it doesn't seem like it's quite fitting to end the game. You really end the game, 2 minutes left, and you had 2 or 3 offensive rebounds to really seal the game.
Yeah, Coach H kind of talked about it in the locker room before we ever took off here to Lake Charles. Like, it's our identity. It's who we are. Yes, we shoot a lot of threes, but if you're going to let it fly the way we do from the perimeter, you've got to really have an attack-down mentality, and I think the girls have consistently owned it game after game, and I think that's been such a crucial point to our success here down the stretch. Also, they're getting closer to 40 minutes. They're getting a little more dangerous every single game they play.
And how difficult was that to miss all those minutes in the first half, but then come in kind of cold and it took you a little bit to get into rhythm in the third quarter, but then once the fourth quarter hit, you were the closer.
Yeah, I knew I had to put everything on the floor. I really trusted my teammates to take some of that pressure off, not trying to force or overdo too much. And I think my teammates helped me in that area, especially off the bench too. They really did contribute in that area, and I just knew I had to go, and I was ready.
And what can you say about how big was that you mentioned? I know I talked about Samaya. You had some really crucial points late, but how big was that Samaya basket to end the third quarter? Because it seemed like the whole complexion of the game changed after that.
No, it was a big shot. I saw her. I drove it, and her man rotated over, and I saw her in the window, so I kind of threw it up, and I knew she was going to come over and get it. So she kind of sort of bailed me out a little bit. Don't tell her I told you that, but she kind of did, but she finished it. It was a great play.
As the point guard, it seems like you guys were trying to hit the post consistently, whether it was Samaya or Clarence. You guys, did it seem like you guys were made it a point to try to feed the post?
Yeah, I believe in our post players. They do a lot of work down there on the block and in practice and stuff. They work on their moves. So anytime they're open down there, I'm gonna try to feed them.
Coach, for you, it's no secret you guys got to take the long way to get to a championship this year. 4 games in 4 days in next up tomorrow, RGV on the docket. Initial thoughts on the matchup. I'm trying to get another one and be back in here with another win in the win column tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, we're excited. Like I said, it's about us correcting us, and I feel like a really good NSU team, the way we know we can play, it doesn't matter who we take on. We're really excited about it. She really needs a cup. Can I have her cup, please? Oh, Lord.
What a catch.
What a catch. That's that rebounding.
All right, unless we got anything else, we can wrap it up there. All right, Coach.
Appreciate you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You needed a cup
Like
of
take
that.
this, like feel official, like.
Are we taking
You
it?
can just leave it there, that's fine.
Honey, do you need a cup?
Closer to tip off the next game. We'll also have comments from East Texas A&M coming up here in just a little bit. Tell you what, Coach Nims had a cute little friend in there, didn't she?
Oh, just absolutely gorgeous. I really want to go out there and kiss on the jaw.
She enjoyed that microphone.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I guess that's a Nerf ball. They don't make Nerf balls anymore, though, do they? Because she was really enjoying squeezing.
She certainly was. She certainly was. Look, now it sets up that matchup with Texas Rio Grande Valley. They've already played twice. They've split both times. The first one, RGV takes 61-55, and then Northwestern State goes on the road there to the Valley and able to get a 64-59 win in overtime. I expect the game's going to be a little, look, both of them within 6 points. I mean, both of them a pretty close game. Should be a lot of fun tomorrow.
I truly think that game is going to be a battle through and through. You have Northwestern State dominating on the boards, but also you have UTRGV that is a team that takes care of rebounding as well, especially when you have Charlotte O'Keefe.
Northwestern State, again, she's just done such a good job. Anna Nims has taken this program and has really continued to build it year in and year out. And look, they've been in this spot. You know, they were here just a year ago, just trying to battle through and win a couple of games in a couple of different days. Again, this is a different challenge.
Yeah, it is. But you know what? Coach Nims has done a good job with her recruiting, being able to identify what kid might be for her system that she's got. And they've stepped up every year and done some special things. She's getting closer and closer to getting to the top. But I've been real impressed with the player of a player. I guess if I saw the first half, we wouldn't be saying this. But the second half, they made the adjustment. Defense is more wanting to make stops than anything.
Yep.
And then they did that in the second half. That's the outcome. Defensively, I thought they were very hungry. They went after every shot. They closed out, contested shots. They just did a long list of things in the second half to help them win the ball game.
Let's talk a little bit about Atama. She was fabulous once again. She struggled early on. Obviously, she gets off to that 5-0 run to start off the game. Give them the lead. That would be their only lead until the fourth quarter when they would end up taking the lead for good. But she got into foul trouble early, and that's not an easy situation to be in.
Especially when you're such an aggressive player as she is. You know she's trying to get to the rim, trying to attack, trying to drive. You saw a little bit more in that second half when you knew she was able to kind of fight through it a little bit more, got a couple and ones, got her team really going, led all scorers with 19 points. She's just a dominant player, so prolific.
Look, when she's out on the floor, there's not many players better than her, and I think that's part of the reason that she was the Southland Conference Player of the Year. Look, she throws in 19 points. Obviously had those couple of fouls early, but she can do it, inside. She can get down in the paint, get down low and dirty, and go up with it, grab a couple of boards, but she can also shoot it from outside too.
And we saw the evidence of that, 4 of 5 from the three-point line. She was great.
It looks like we have got East Texas A&M ready to take to the podium. We'll send it back to the media room. We'll be back with more.
Obviously proud of our kids for pushing through this year. We had some ups and downs. We had a 5-game winning streak there at one point in January into February where we were playing really good basketball. Kind of took a slide there, had a couple kids out with injuries. And, really proud of our kids. We were really ready to go today, trying to turn the page from what the past 2 weeks have been. So really proud of them.
Just going back to that first half, like you said, the team looked really ready to go and were able to build rebuild that lead.
Yeah.
Just anything specific about that you saw from the team that helped contribute to that?
Yeah, I think it's, we were just talking about it, but I think a few things that we talk about in practice every day when we watch film, when we meet, making sure we're guarding the ball, that's a difference maker for us, limiting offensive boards, second chance opportunities, and then for us to get a good shot on the other end. I think we had 5 assists in the first 5 or 6 minutes of the game. Normally that leads to really good offense for us. If we have 18-plus assists a game, it normally turns out good. So, and at second half, we stopped doing that. The ball was kind of stuck. We were playing a little too much one-on-one. And the defensive end, we stopped guarding the ball.
And then, I mean, for them, Brunel, she had a quiet first half, got on the bench early with 2 fouls, and then didn't really do much in the third quarter, but really kind of helped them pull away in the fourth, 14 points. Just talk about what you guys did successfully against her, and then just what maybe could have been better in those final 20 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, I think we go back to the first game when we played them at our place, and we made her take some really tough shots. And I think that's what we did in the first half. We did get her in foul trouble, so that was obviously a difference maker. But she's a great player. I mean, those type of players are always going to step up when the game's on the line, when their team needs them. So she made some big shots there down the stretch. We needed to be a little bit closer. We weren't close enough. I mean, we know she's got a quick trigger. We know she can shoot it from deep, and we have to know our personnel.
Just like you had mentioned, all the injuries this year, fighting through that adversity, but still returning to the conference tournament. Just your final thoughts on the season and your team this year.
I told our kids in the locker room, obviously not the way we wanted it to end, but through our 3 years here, I think this was the first year that we could honestly say that we got better every single day, that we progressed throughout the season. And a lot of teams don't do that. I think that's a hard thing to do for as long as the basketball season is. And our kids showed up every single day fighting to get better, to become a better team on both ends of the floor. And I just told our radio guy, Charlie, I think we've laid a pretty good foundation. We're nowhere near where I want us to be or where we should be. So we've got some work to do.
Anything else? We'll wrap it up there, Coach. Thanks for your time.
Thanks.
East Texas A&M as they fall to Northwestern State in Game 1. We're going to have Game 2 coming up here in just a little bit. Nichols and UIW. I tell you what we're going to do. We're going to take a couple of minutes, give us about a 2-minute break, and we're going to come back. We're going to get you ready for game number 2 of the day. Nichols and UIW are pregame. We'll have pregame coverage coming up for you. Give us a couple of minutes, and we'll be right back. Back here, day 2 at the Southland Conference Tournament. We've started off the women's side. Northwestern State, they get the win to kick off day number 2 now. It's time for game 2, UIW and Nichols. This one, the 6-7 matchup. What do the kids do? This thing here, 6-7 matchup. This one could be another one that's a lot of fun.
I think these teams are similar in some ways as well. Nichols is going to try and come out aggressive in the start of this contest, as they should. That should be their key to the game. For UIW, you've got to get hot from the three-point line. You've got to rely on your key players in Georgia Elliott and a few others that are in that starting lineup. But for UIW, they've got to come out to a great start, but you've got to defend as well as crash the boards.
You look at it, a couple of key players, obviously. Kim Benny averaging about 10 points a game here for Nichols. But Georgia Elliott, she's been really good for UIW.
And she's been their consistent scorer for a long time. Even in past seasons, she's been their go-to player. When it comes to tournament season, she's got to step up. This is her moment to shine. And she's a competitor, so you know that she's going to.
I have a feeling, though, this game is going to be a game of runs.
I think you're right.
Yeah. Both teams are good. The coaches are good. But it's going to come down to, and no, the coach is not playing, but it's about adjustments. And to be honest with you, we talked to Lane. I think the bottom line is, though, who wants it the most?
Yes.
And that's what it's going to happen.
That's what it comes down to in tournament play.
Yeah.
It's get physical, and look, that's how these teams at times want to play.
Yeah.
And that's March. I feel like we
that's
said,
March,
that's
baby.
March. Just like you mentioned it, how bad do you want it? Who's going to go on those runs? Who can weather other teams' storms as well? Who can stay in it and execute the game plan?
No free tomorrows.
No, you are right on that one. Look, when you look at both of these previous matchups, UIW gets the win in both of them, 72-66 and 54-52 earlier in the year. I'll be curious to see how much you could take from those two games. Obviously, they're kind of polar opposites. One super close, one not so much. How much they can take from both of those matchups.
Right, I just feel like UIW has a bit more balanced scoring when it comes to their side, especially offensively for them. They just have a lot of key players that they can really rely upon. For Nichols, though, they're a team that has a lot of heart. Defensively, they're going to try and pressure the basketball. They're going to try and force you in a lot of turnovers. UIW is going to have to take care of the basketball.
Talk about that balanced scoring in that matchup. 72-66, UIW was able to get the win. Balanced scoring. There were four girls in double figures in that matchup for Nichols, whether it be Marie or Tanita and Diamond and Jasmine. The other side of it for UIW, they've got three pretty good scores. They had two girls, Madison Cockerell and Georgia Elliott, both go for 19, with Gwendolyn McGrew right there at 13. So that shows you kind of how the scoring lays out already.
And for UIW, they have it all. They have some big kind of combo guards that can also get to the rim. But like you mentioned, you still have Georgia Elliott that can kind of do a little bit of both. She really is a three-level scorer, can knock down the three. That's going to be crucial here.
When you have Georgia Elliott, that helps, right?
I mean, especially in tournament season. When you have Georgia Elliott, I mean, there's not too much to worry about. She's going to try and handle business for you.
Again, we've already had one semifinal matchup wrapped up. Northwestern State, they have already punched their ticket. They've advanced to the quarterfinals. They're ready to take on Texas Rio Grande Valley. This one, chance to move on to the quarterfinals. Who can win the third one? Obviously, UIW has taken the first two. All right, we got a minute before we tip things off. What's it going to take to get the win?
You said it. It's hard to beat a team three times for UIW. It is hard, but that's when we talked about it. Attention to detail. Scouting report is going to be crucial, but we've talked about it also for Nichols. They have a lot of players that you've gotten to the tournament these last few years. You've lost out. That hurts. That brings a different level of intensity out of you. I really think Nichols is going to try and give it their all.
Coach, what's it going to take?
Anytime you win a basketball game, you got to make some shots. I think shot selection is going to be big in this game.
I think you might be right. We will talk to you back at halftime. We have got the traditional broadcast over on ESPN+. We'll be back at halftime. Go get you ready. It's UIW and Nichols coming up next here at the Southland Conference Tournament. Welcome back. It's day 2 here at the Southland Conference Tournament. It's the women's side of the bracket, and it is game 2 here of day 2. UIW with a slim 1-point lead here at the break over Nichols. We'll talk a little ball coming up in a little bit. First, we got my man, Coach Leonard Bishop, Stephen F. Austin. Coach, how you doing? Watching a little ball.
I'm living the dream, man. We're here at the conference tournament trying to compete for a championship, and, you know, it's March, so that's what you preach to your recruits is you want to play for championships in March, and that's what we have opportunity to do.
Got to do one last year. How do you take that, move it to this year?
Yeah, I mean, you take some of the experience from last year, but again, it's a totally new year, it's a totally new team. You want to lean into some of that experience, but also let them understand that, you know, every play, every possession have a mind of its own, and so again, we need to make sure we're dialed in on each one of them.
How's this season been for you guys? Obviously, you finished the season extremely hot. It's what, 8-2. It's 7 of your last 8. What was it like over that stretch, and I guess throughout the year?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, towards the end, we got hot. We dealt with a lot of injuries early on. So, you know, Ashlyn Traylor-Walker missed the first 20 games of the year. And then we had Kaylin Kemp, who started the first 20 games of the year, go out with a leg injury. And so she missed 2 games as well. So, you know, we held it together with super glue and duct tape all year long. We were able to get 20 wins again. And so now I think we are just finding out who our team is and rounding into shape at the right time. So I'm happy about that.
And you have to feel good about that as a coach. Rounded into shape at the right time. I like that little analogy there, super glue and duct tape.
Hey, man, listen, super glue and duct tape, man. Those are the things that have been holding the Lady Jacks together with a little bit of toughness. But, yeah, like, you want to be playing your best ball in March. You want people to be bought into the roles and feeling good about the way they're playing, and I think my team is. You know, again, we did a lot of scout this week on ourselves more than, you know, opponents because you don't know who you're going to play. And I thought we got to learn a lot about our team and see what's been successful and what hasn't been.
We talked about the hot stretch to end the year. It obviously doesn't end, the regular season doesn't end the way you wanted to right here in the Townsley Law Arena. How do you kind of flip the switch now? Obviously, it kind of helps because it's win or go home.
Yeah, no, we talked about that was a scrimmage for us. And we said that going in, hey, this is a scrimmage, and we'd love to win this game, but we want to come back and win the one that matters most in 10 days. And so, again, like you said, it didn't end the way we wanted to. We watched the film, got over it really quickly, took a couple days off, and then we got right back to business. And I've really been impressed with my team's work ethic this week and the way they gelled and the energy that they had. So I'm really looking forward to watching them play tomorrow.
Coach, you talked about wanting to play your best basketball in March. What are some strengths that you want your team to take from the regular season into postseason play?
Yeah, our transition play. I think that's been really good for us. Again, whether that's offensively or defensively, not allowing teams to get easy looks in transition and then trying to find as many easy buckets as we can. You know, everybody's scouted up. Everybody knows what you're running, but it's the things that you can't control that are really going to be the most important. So if we can get easy buckets in transition and then we can turn teams over in transition, then that's what we want to do.
Coach, you're looking at teams now that you may be playing tomorrow, but you're looking at them from a different angle. You're looking from the stands instead of your remote control now. Anything different from then and now?
Yeah, well, you know, again, luckily for us, we played the winner of this game, and we played them not that long ago. So again, I don't know if coaches have had that much time to add too much new stuff. So again, we should be prepared for most of their sets and things like that. I know Nichols got in a little foul trouble early on, and that probably hindered them a little bit. And then, you know, Incarnate Word went to the 2-3 zone, and that allowed them to get some momentum. So again, you know, it's that time of year where coaches are going to throw the whole kitchen sink at you. Every play they have, every defense they have. And so you just got to be prepared, and so that's what we've talked to our team about.
Now, you played both of them. Is there a new wrinkle or something that you might be doing maybe on the next game? I'm not asking you what it is. I know he's not going to tell me that.
Wow.
He's trying to get you to give it away.
No, I wouldn't do that. He's too smart. So. I mean, when you play a team a third time, though, how do you approach that game a third time?
Yeah, no, you know, again, it's funny you said that because when you play somebody the first time, you're ready for the adjustments the second time. And what went well and what didn't go well. And then the third time is when you really have to be dialed in on everything that you did well so that you can continue to do that and then see if you have some wrinkles that you saw in those 2 games that you didn't take advantage of. And so we've talked about that with both of these teams. And, you know, again, whoever we get to play, we're lucky enough to get the first round bye. We'll try and expose some of those if we can.
I've been watching you for a long time, all the way back when your daddy was coaching, man.
He's a Lamar Cardinal, and I don't forget that. I don't have to give him too much, and I know who's sitting next to me too. So I'm playing my cards.
Wow. See, and I was trying to be, a little cool,
I try and play my cards, man.
See here, I'm just sitting here neutral.
Yeah, me and you can talk.
Really? Really?
I'm going to tell on him.
Right.
I just said it. He like a team that wears blue.
Oh, okay.
Wow. Exactly.
Hey, I'm wearing a neutral color.
I hear you.
I'm wearing a neutral color. So real quick, how much can you really change, I guess, from the first two games to what it is now? Because everybody kind of is who they are. They are who they are at this point.
Yeah, and the thing is we won the games, and so you don't want to change too much. You don't want to go away from what's working, but you also want to have things in your back pocket just in case. And then obviously you want to look at what the other team did well versus you, and see, they're probably going to try and lean into that a little bit more. So how do we alleviate that or change some things so that they can't take advantage of it the same way that they did?
Coach, I appreciate you. Thanks so much for coming on over.
Thank you guys for having me. Axe 'em Jacks.
Even though I put you between
I know. I'll rock in a hard place. Thank you guys.
Thank you so much, Coach.
Thanks so much to Coach Leonard Bishop for taking some time. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll break down a little ball. We'll talk a little ball when we come back to the Southland Conference Tournament. Welcome back, Southland Conference Tournament. Thanks, Coach Leonard Bishop, for dropping by the desk here at halftime. 27-26, UIW up on top of Nichols in a 7-6 ball game. What a game we've had early on. This has been some fun.
It's been a close one. We've had some great matchups so far.
All right, look.
Becoming a champion is not an easy process. I'm looking at Nichols in the first half, and they came out and took charge right away and really kept UIW out of even making runs. They clamped down on the defensive end, and offensively, I thought Madison did a good job on the inside.
Nichols kind of got a little bit sloppy there to end the first half. Obviously, there's a couple of turnovers there in the last couple of minutes, but overall, I think UIW has to feel really good about where they're at right now.
We saw that they were able to bounce back. We talked about the importance of weathering the storm. UIW did a great job of doing that from their first quarter performance to their second quarter. They truly stepped up. We talked about it. Georgia Elliott from the three-point line. She stepped up in the contest.
That was her first bucket. Look, it comes right there at the 3-minute mark, and it gives them the lead, 26-23. Big bucket for her. She's going to have to make, I think, some big ones if they want a chance to will their way down the stretch.
And give all the credit to Crockwell for stepping up in this contest, leading the Cardinals right now with 12 points in the the contest, Lusby with 6, but overall just a little bit more production that UIW needs while you have the balanced scoring from the Colonels.
Tick, we were sitting there kind of watching this game. It's pretty physical out there. You wouldn't think this one would be very physical. It's been pretty physical.
It has been very physical. We sitting in courtside, and I'm thinking, when you get a rebound, normally you kind of chin it.
Oh, yeah.
If you stick your head in there, they're coming around with it. If your chin is in the way,
but it's also not even down low. It's out here on the perimeter. This game has been physical. Yeah. I mean, 90 feet up and down.
It's a tournament, and it's playing for getting to the NCAA tournament. And you've got to bring your best, whether it's physical or not. You got to be locked in, and you do whatever you got to do to win, as long as it's legal.
All right, let's take a quick look at the stat sheet real quick. Of course, UIW up 127-26. Look, Jesselyn's been really good for Nichols. She's got 9 points. Swift has got 6. Right now, UIW with the advantage on the boards, 21-14. Feels like that's been a little bit of the story so far.
And I really feel like that's what helped UIW to be able to turn the tide of momentum in their favor in that second quarter. They really harped on the boards.
You mentioned it, Madison Cockrell. She leads all scorers with 12 points. It's really just been her and really, Bryn Lusby. She's got 6 points. Outside of that, it's a bucket here and there. But it's really been those two here in the early going.
You have just a lot more production that you need from some more of those key players from UIW have to step up in this second half. Great production that you got from the beginning, but in tournament play, you need everyone.
Well, people talk about having a home court advantage. All of these kids are playing on the road. So we got to rename this to road court advantage. Wasn't expecting that.
Coach, you say a few things I don't expect. I think back to last night when I couldn't even talk to end it because you had me laughing so hard.
Keeps us on our toes.
Keeps us on our toes. Look, we're just getting started. It's only day 2. This is game 2. Of course, we got the men's games to follow. We've already got one quarterfinal matchup set. Northwestern State, Rio Grande Valley. This one, winner of this one, going to get Stephen F. Austin in a matchup that should be either whoever wins. Could be a lot of fun. All right, we got about a minute and a half before we get out of here. What's it going to take? What's it going to take to get a win here?
For UIW, you just got to keep knocking down shots. You've got to keep that momentum. You've got to continue to win this rebounding battle. That's been huge. For Nichols, you just need to be aggressive. Once again, you kind of slacked up a little bit in that second quarter.
I just think you got to take care of the basketball.
Yep.
When a game is close like this, if you limit your turnovers and continue to maybe be dominant on the boards, you have a shot of winning the ball game.
I think you are absolutely right. All right, we got about a minute and a half before things are tipping back off here inside of the Townsend Law Arena. Game number 2, again, UIW with the 1-point lead, 27-26. Post-game, we'll be right back here at the table. We'll have winning player or coach, whoever that is, plus we'll have post-game pressers from both the winner and the losers. Back over to ESPN+. That's where the telecast will be. UIW up 1 against Nichols. We'll be back with more right here from the Southland Conference Tournament. Tournament. Nichols gets the win 81-55 in a pretty darn good game. A really polar opposite first half as we get ready to be joined by head coach Justin Payne. Coach, how you doing?
Man, I'm doing great, man. Thank you, Jesus, for the win. Thank you, God. Thank you, Lord.
Coach, I feel like we've talked about this the first 2 days, but feels like a tale of two halves with this one. What was the difference between the first half and the second half, specifically defensively?
Well, we made some minor mistakes going into the first half. We were allowing Cockrell to live in the paint. And, you know, we told him, like, look, hey, she's just giving you one little hesitation and she's getting into it. We were letting her turn down the ball screen. Look, we're like, force her into the ball screen. You know, let's play our defense, you know. Let's see what we can do. And once I felt like we did that, we came out with a little bit more energy. I challenged some guys at halftime. And, man, did they step up in that second half, big third quarter.
I'm going to take a guess, and I'm going to say you challenged Shadiman McKnight.
I did.
Because she comes out, she has 3 points in the first half. She comes out and scores 26 in the second half.
I really did. I challenged her specifically, and I told her, I said, hey, we talk about extending our minutes. We talk about extending your season right now. And I'm like, look, you are a senior. You're a senior. Let's stop settling, and let's do what you came here to do. And you can see it. She stopped settling, and she's an all-league player. We got a bunch of good players in our league, but she's an all-league player. And you've seen it tonight. She can play, man.
Yes, she can.
You talked about the toughness that your team had. Can you speak overall about just how they were able to execute down the stretch, especially in that second half where you guys were able to get easy points in transition?
Yeah, I mean, we're one of the best defensive teams in the league. You look at it, we're top 4 as well. And we talked about towards the end of the year as well, let's stop hurting ourselves. You know, let's stop making, just some of these plays where, we know what's coming, and just for some reason we're not all the way locked in. So we talked about that in each huddle and at halftime, and I challenged some guys. I'm fiery at times, and
really,
at times.
And I told him, I said, look, excuse my fieriness, but this is how bad I want it, and you guys gotta want it that bad. And boy, did they show us how bad they wanted it.
Well, you mirrored that. They mirrored your actions, the way they played. But one thing that you did well, you got points from fast breaks today.
Absolutely.
And so I think when you can turn that into points, you're keeping them on their heels a lot, your opponents on their heels a lot, and it makes them a little bit apprehensive about how much pressure they want to put on your guard. Your guard play is good, man.
Yes, sir. I appreciate that.
Yeah,
I appreciate that. And you're right, Coach. You could tell the zone wasn't a factor in the second half because we were able to do that.
Yeah.
Coach, I appreciate you so much. Thanks for taking some time. Congratulations on the win.
Thank y'all so much. Go Colonels all in, and shout out to my brother. I love you. Keep fighting, baby. Keep fighting. I love you, man.
That is it. That is Coach Justin Payne joining us here post-game. Nichols gets an 81-55 win as they will advance to the quarterfinals coming up tomorrow as they will take on Stephen F. Austin. And look, he talked about it. He challenged Shadiman McKnight. My God. And she was incredible in the second half. 3 points in the first half, 29 total points in the game. That is the best effort we've seen at the tournament all weekend.
And I can just simply say when watching her, I said, oh, it's the Diamond McKnight show. Like, that's all it is. It is her show. She took over in that second half. She really stepped up to that challenge that Coach talked to her. But that's the type of player that you want in March. When you challenge them, they don't get down on themselves. They rise up to that challenge, and that she did.
Yeah, well, she gave up a gutsy performance. I mean, what her coach was asking them to do at halftime, it seemed like she mirrored that. And if they can continue to build on that performance today, they might be cutting some nets down, or at least get to that championship game. Stephen F. Austin, though, it's not going to be an easy game for him.
You look at it, what's impressive to me is, look, it was 26 total points for Nichols at halftime. They come out in the second half. They have a 31-point third quarter and a 24-point fourth quarter. They finished with more points in the second half than UIW did the entire game.
That's just how much they were able to just really jump out there. We talked about how important it is to gain separation in this game, and that Nichols was able to do in the second half. Close that it was, and they just really executed on their game plan.
I'm going to give you what you got, Coach?
No, I'm going to say I'm serious. This tournament right now so far has been just real exciting, very competitive.
Yeah.
And I think if we continue to build on that type of performance on Thursday, this should be a packed house.
Yeah.
On Wednesday, it should be a packed house.
Yep.
You're giving discount tickets. Why not come to watch good basketball?
You're right. I want to go back to that third quarter because I just want to run down some stats here real quick. Nichols in the third quarter, they shot 63%. They were 12 of 19 from the floor. They shot 13 free throws there in that third quarter. Forced 8 turnovers, 13 points off of those turnovers. They were +8 in points in the paint there in the third quarter. Fast break points, Coach talked about it. +17 in the third quarter, 19-2 there in the third quarter. And I mean, look, those are just third quarter stats alone. That's pretty darn impressive.
Truly, it was that third quarter that gave Nichols all the momentum that they needed. In that fourth quarter, it was really just them trying to maintain control of the game, and that they were able to do. But give credit to UIW. Brent Lusby had a phenomenal game, 22 points behind Crockle, who also stepped up with 16 points, But just an overall effort. You didn't really get that balanced scoring that you usually get from UIW. And in tournament play, everyone has to show up. But just some crucial turnovers for the Cardinals.
Yeah, and the turnovers, yeah. But we talked about the balanced scoring pregame, and that just didn't show up. I mean, you roll down the stat sheet, and there's nearly 10 plus girls who got in the stat sheet for Nichols. Where for UIW, 6 total players get in the scoring column. 2 really, you talk about the two prolific scorers in this game. They just did not get enough from girls like Georgia Elliott, who we saw hit the one big three-pointer, and outside of that, there wasn't anything else there.
And in March, that's where everyone has to step up. And when the lights turn on, you've got to be ready day in and day out with such a quick turnaround.
Becoming a champion is not an easy process. I mean, you got to grind, you got to push through. Even when you're tired, you just got to keep at it. If you want to cut down the nets, some people say they want to be champions, but everybody just don't know how hard it is. And so I think the kids from Nichols today fed off of their coach's energy. I watched Coach from across the court, and he was all in. And I think
he's always all in.
Yeah, well, that's true, too.
Hey, what do we got to do to get you in one of those flashy ties? Did you see that tie you had on?
Yeah. That's just not me, man.
Come on, Coach.
It looks good on him.
It looks he pulls it off.
Yeah,
I don't think I can pull it off.
Yeah.
I think you could pull it off.
No. I can't pull it off.
If the leprechaun can pull off the leprechaun suit, I think you can pull off that flashy tie.
I won't wear the leprechaun suit either.
We've already seen a lot in this tournament. We've already seen a lot.
We have seen a ton here in the early going, and we're only halfway through day 2, by the way. There's still a whole lot more to come.
Yeah.
I want to hit on one thing. Let you both kind of hit on it. The turnovers felt like for UIW were the biggest part of this. 18 turnovers, but that turns into 26 points for Nichols. That feels like that's a big piece of this game.
And give credit to Nichols. They did a great job of pressuring the basketball, especially in that second half. Once again, going over the game execution that Coach Payne gave to them, really came out a lot more aggressive in that second half, gained 11 steals overall in this contest. Defense wins championships, and Nichols showed it.
I'm going to give you another good stat, though. Points in the paint.
Yep.
Nichols had 36. UIW only had 26. So I think, I don't know, maybe the philosophy was to go inside out. But whatever they did to win this ball game, they might have to stick with that the next couple of days if they want to cut down some nets.
It feels like, Diamond McKnight's ability to get to, drive to the basket and get fouled, that was another big part of this. I mean, look, she shoots 10 or 11 free throws in this game. That right there is a big difference.
That's crucial at the free throw line, but also overall the team just did a great job of chipping in those easy points at the line. They were aggressive getting to the rim. Also some few offensive rebounds on that as well. Just some extra opportunities that they were able to get that UIW wasn't.
Stick around here. We're going to have both Nichols and UIW. We're going to have their post-game pressers coming up for you here in just a little bit. We have got our schedule set for the women's side of things tomorrow. 11 a.m. it will be Rio Grande Valley. They will make their first appearance here in the Southland Conference Tournament. They will take on Northwestern State. Coach Anna Nim's company crew, we saw them a little bit earlier. And then at 1:30, it'll be Stephen F. Austin and Nichols both of those matchups, quarterfinal games, those are going to be pretty good, Coach.
Yeah, it will be. You got two coaches that's pretty fiery, but you got two teams.
Fiery, you think?
Yeah, man, and it's going to be very physical in that paint. The guards are physical. I mean, this game coming up is going to be worth the price of admission.
Yeah, you're exactly right. And again, we did get news that they've discounted tickets. So get your tickets for semifinals and finals. Obviously, tomorrow is quarterfinals for the women, semifinals for the men, and then of course the finals on Wednesday and Thursday. But you want to get those tickets? They're down to $10 for general admission, $5 standing room only. That's correct, Coach?
Yes, it is, and. I don't know if it's a bad seat in this place.
I don't think there is a bad seat.
Yeah.
I think we got the best one.
Well, it's one bad seat.
Uh-oh.
Beside the drummer. That's a bad seat.
If you haven't figured it out, Coach is beside the drummer. Northwestern State will be back in the morning, but by the way.
Well, that's okay. I get through it.
We're going to have to put the drummer on the other side.
That's a fan favorite.
Again, we're just waiting on the post-game presser whenever that comes your way. We will have it. We are going to have a little bit of a break here in just a little bit as we end this session in the women's session here for day 2, and we get set for the men's session, which is going to be coming up a little bit later on. First game set to tip off at 5 o'clock. That's going to be a lot of fun. I know all three of us are looking forward to the second set of this men's session. Let's take a look at some more numbers here between Nichols and UIW as Nichols gets the win 81-55. Just, we talked about it. Only 6 scorers for UIW. That feels like a big thing with coming into the game, just such balanced scoring, not able to get it, and it starts. The one you look at is a girl like Georgia Elliott, McGrew, not being able to fill in the stat sheet, get to the bucket, just not their game.
And when it's March, you have to show up. But just another stat that just truly stands out to me. Nichols closed out the game shooting 91.3% from the free throw line. That's how you win games, when you can chip in those easy points at the charity stripe. Nichols did a great job. That third quarter for Nichols is truly what did it. Finished out that third quarter shooting 66% from the field.
You'll take shooting 50% from the floor, huh, Coach? You'll win when you shoot 50% from the floor, huh?
That means half of your shots you took went in. Is that what that means?
Yeah,
I think you're pretty close.
I think you're close. If not, it's pretty on the money. But look, you're doing something right when that happens. Especially because when you look at what it was in the first half versus the second half, I feel like I feel like a broken record, like a guy that doesn't know ball. But truly, a lot of these games we've had are complete opposites from the first half to the second half, especially both games today.
They really have turned out like that. Could be nerves, just a little bit of adjustment. I feel like a lot of teams just took a little while to settle in. But when they came back in that second half, they've showed out.
Ellie, that's a good point, though. A lot of teams that's coming in the tournament, they got the jitters they got to get through. They're going to be turnovers that normally don't make. It's a lot of things to overcome when you get in championship play.
Well, I guess, and you can probably speak to this specifically. Not that long ago, you were playing in something like this. How is that for a player?
Well, I appreciate you saying not too long ago. Like, hey. But, yeah, I mean, it really is. As a player, even though you've been in these moments before, the nerves still kind of hit you because it's March. Like you said, it's survive in advance. You don't make it, you win. You don't win, you go home. So there's a lot on the line for these games. But once you get settled in, things really do kind of come together for you and your team.
I'm going to be honest with you guys. I look at this stat right here, and here's your game right here. UIW, 2 of 22 from behind the arc.
Wow.
2 of 22, 9%. That's your game.
And we talked about how they're a three-point shooting team. Another team, every now and then, that could live and die by the three.
All right, looks like we've got the Nichols Colonels getting ready to step up to the podium. Looks like Coach Justin Payne and company have settled in. We're going to send it back to the media room right now. There is Justin Payne and his Nichols Colonels.
I'm buttoning this a little bit now so I can breathe a little bit. I know,
Coach,
man,
you can pull that tie off.
It looks like you got on Reynolds wrap around your neck.
Wow. Moving on to the next round. Just so proud of our young women representing Nichols State University. Our community, our program is continuing to get better and better each year. And I'm so proud of this group. And we live to fight another day.
We were back and forth in that first half. And coming out of the locker room, the girls were able to create that separation in the second half. Just your thoughts on that and the progression of the game.
Yeah, we challenged our ladies at halftime. It was hard to see us play I felt that well defensively, and we be down 1 at half. And we challenged them. We felt like we knew exactly what was coming. You know, we played this team twice, and we lost to them twice, and we really broke it down for our team. And we really felt like, man, look, we giving you the answers to the test. Now we just got to step up and do it. And boy, did they step up in that second half. They played a great first half as well. But, man, we exploded that second half, and I'm so proud of our ladies.
Obviously don't want to discredit the team as a whole, but just singling out the player to your left here, I mean, she had quite the afternoon. Just talk about her efforts in the game today and just what was able to help you guys get across the finish line today.
Yeah. I just told them in the broadcast that I challenged her specifically at half, and I told her, we see it every day in practice, and we know we got a bunch of great players in this league, but we know these two right here, they are all league players. And as we're talking about her right now, she's an all league player. And I told her, I said, you're an all league guy. Let's make sure we go out there and we stop settling and we show them who you really are. You know, and she took it. She looked me in my eyes. Yes, sir. And, third and fourth quarter, she showed it.
Obviously, that's the coach's challenge today. And I thought, just from my perspective, I'm sure a lot of people would share the sentiment that you had probably the most emotion of any player on the floor, and the play and the stats showed that. Just talk about your mindset and rising to the occasion and help your team get this win today.
Like I told them, it's the team. Like when I go down, they pick me up. In that second half, they picked me up and told me to keep going, because it's our time to shine.
That's right. That's one of the most. I'm sorry to interject. That's one of the most things I'm so proud of this group about is the culture we have established in this locker room. People don't get to see it, but these two particular and leading what they're doing in our locker room is amazing. Our culture is way different from when I first got here in a great way. And they have set the tone of what it needs to be like all the time. And I'm so proud of this group, and I'm so proud of where this program's heading.
Nothing else specific, Coach. Obviously, a great win today, but got a turnaround tomorrow.
Yeah.
And then next up on the docket is SFA, defending champions.
Yeah.
So just your initial thoughts on the matchup and turning around for another big game tomorrow.
Yeah, our league is tough. UIW is a great team. You look at them; they beat us twice this year. Home on the buzzer, beat us on the road, pulled away late. We were ready to play this game. Stephen F. the same way. Felt like we were a bit embarrassed at their place. And they beat us at home as well in a more of a back and forth effort. But these are all great games. These are all great teams, and we're looking forward to the challenge.
Nita, just for you real quick, your team's been through a lot, and I know you've been through a lot personally. Just talk about getting to this moment here and winning, advancing, and having another chance to compete with Nichols across the front of the jersey.
I just thank God for giving me a second opportunity, because last year I was on the bench from an ACL injury, and now I'm out there playing.
I'm sure it's good to be back out there, right?
Yes, sir.
Do you have anything else?
You kind of asked some of the same questions I had, but Coach, I think everybody would like to know, what's the details on the tie?
The details on the tie. So this is one of my favorites. I got a good bit of these. So these are they're called hex ties, and I'm a guy of fashion. My wife picks my outfits, though. She got to get the credit. My wife, she picked this one, by the way. So she does a tremendous job. And she was like, look, the first game, you got to come out with something like popping. And she's like, I think you should represent the SLC in some kind of way. So that was kind of the look today, was to kind of represent the Southland Conference, because, we're proud of our conference, So we wanted to kind of to show that a little bit in this first round. And, my wife, shout out to my wife. She does a great job.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else? All right, so unofficial designer of the Southland Conference, what I'm hearing.
Yeah, facts. Yeah, she does this. Yeah, she's really good. She's really good.
Wrap it up there.
Okay, thank you. Go Colonels, all in. Let's go, y'all.
And his Nichols Colonels, they are victorious. They are headed to the quarterfinals. Coach, he said he appreciated his wife for picking out his outfits. What do we got to do? I'm telling you, it would look good on you. I was just watching. It was just flashing in the lights.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it looks good on him. I mean,
Yeah, but I think you can pull it off.
Well, I'm not listening to what you think.
So what are we going to do to get the wifey on board? Because, look, his wife picks his, so I'm just saying.
No, my wife know not to pick
you
that up.
You can pull up to the title game with that. I bet he would let you borrow it.
Yeah, well, I might do that. Okay.
Huh? We'll have to see who we can talk to.
Yeah, there you go. If you talk to the right people, maybe it could happen.
We got to make it happen.
Yeah.
I think we can make it happen.
We can make it happen.
Natalie, come on.
I'm sorry. You
Don't
know
do
what?
me that.
Right.
Come
I
on,
don't want to
man.
go back to the newbie allegations.
Whoa.
Let me stop.
Whoa. All right, coming up, we're going to get UIW. They're going to be Jasmine Player will be at the podium. We'll get her post-game reaction coming up in a little bit. We do have our Tuesday slate set already here for the women's side. UTRGV and Northwestern State, they will go at 11 a.m. 1:30 will be Stephen F. Austin and Nichols. Look, both of those matchups, we've already mentioned it. Those are four heavyweights going at it.
That's a prime matchup. We talked about just the mismatch between those two, the matchups that both of those teams kind of align with that. Both are teams that are going to be on the boards.
Look, he talked about challenging Diamond McKnight. I think you're going to need something like that tomorrow if they want a chance to pull the upset.
And you've got to. She's, once again, we talked about it, such a quick turnaround, but as a player, you've just got to, once again, lock back in, be ready, get prepared for the next game.
Well, especially, in a matchup where, look, Stephen and Austin, they've got as balanced scoring as they're going to come. I mean, they can do it from all over the floor. You add in a girl like Ashlyn Traylor-Walker, who, Coach Stolas was out for most of the year. That's a little bit of a different animal. Stephen F. Austin, they've also been here and they've done this.
Truly the experienced team. Truly when it comes to being in the tournament, the reigning champions, that's a team that has the experience. They do a great job of making in-game adjustments, so that's going to be big for Nichols. But they did a great job in that second half making an adjustment as well.
Yes, they did. Coach, I know you're going to like the coaching matchups.
I love the coaching matchup. But what I do like, both teams have the ability to, whoever plays well got a chance to win. A win is good for a team's mental health. And I think there's a connection with these coaches and their players, too. It's like with Nichols. I thought they fed off of their coaches' energy, and you can't replace that.
All right. Looks like Coach Jasmine is at the media table. We'll send it back to the podium.
I'm ready. Tough one today. I mean, sucks to lose. Even more importantly, when it's March and you have seniors and you're playing every day like it's your last from a schematic standpoint. I think they did a good job in prep. Our defense just, I believe in the first half, it held pretty well for us. In the second half, I think the story of the game is in the second half, they took 21 free throws. And I believe, shout out to them, I believe they made 20 of them. And you can't win many games giving up 21 free throws in a half. So we just have to do better with figuring it out and finding ways to defend with discipline. But I do think when they opened the game and they went on their run, we fought back. In the second half, we wanted to get off to a better start. And then that's when, the fouls, we couldn't keep our hand out of the cookie jar and we picked up fouls. So that would be the biggest thing. Overall, I'm proud to be here. There are a lot of teams not playing in March, and we made it. So I'm proud of our fight and who we were and the honor that we took in putting these colors on, and we'll work to make sure we get back.
Going back to that first half and rallying back from that early lead that they took, y'all were able to take a lead in the locker room. Just what clicked there in that next 10 minutes before the halftime break, and what was the message going into halftime to try to sustain that in the final 20 minutes?
What clicked for us, honestly, to start the game is we didn't take care of the ball the first 5 minutes. I think we had to adjust to the physicality of the game, and we tried to prepare for that coming in because that's how they ended our game at home. But eventually we kind of settled in and adjusted to the physicality and took care of the ball a little bit better. And I think just settling in offensively always helps us defensively.
Just these two players next to you that's been in the program, experience, know what it means to wear UIW across the front of the jersey. Just speak to their character and the fight and resolve they showed in this game today, throughout the season as well.
It's throughout the whole season. No one has any idea what these two kids went through behind the scenes just to be on the floor
every day. So my goal for the two of them, because they didn't have to stay, not in this climate, but I believe their love for UIW, their love for one another. I think when I took this job, there might have been a text thread going around like, I'll stay if you stay, or like, what you doing? Or what, but none of them were just 2 feet out. And so as a head coach, man, with your first team, like, these were my first 2 best players. I'll never get another 2. And that makes me emotional from a person who's not very emotional. But they're even better people. Like, I'm gonna miss coaching them, but I'm gonna miss being with them every day. I'm gonna miss Maddie randomly hugging people, randomly blowing kisses and dancing in the warm-up line when it's supposed to be serious. And Georgia just kept me on my toes all year. You know, I'm about to try to take this playoff. Let me see if I get fussed at. And then, Coach, I got it. All right, I got it. No, you don't. And so, it's so much bigger than basketball. Georgia, we're in a meeting. She walks in the office. She just puts her head in the glass. And I'm like, asking my assistants, is she okay? And she was there to tell us that her sister had a baby. It had nothing to do with, it didn't have anything to do with basketball. And that's what I'm going to miss. I'm going to miss those parts of the relationship the most.
Georgia, I'll go to you first and then follow up. Just your thoughts on being at UIW this year with Coach Player and any other experience like that you'd like to share.
Still really fresh. Dang. Okay.
There you go. I love UIW. I love my teammates. I love my coaches. And as sad as I am right now, I had my best year. I had a great relationship with the coaches. I got closer with my teammates. I'm going to miss all of them very dearly. But I love everything about UIW. I want to thank everybody for supporting me throughout this year. I'm going to miss you so much.
Okay. Yeah, going into this year, I did have a choice of what I wanted to do for this year, and that was tough, but I knew I wanted to finish what I started here at UIW, and I put all my trust in Coach Player. I knew pretty early on that, I knew it was her first year, but I knew she had a vision, and she still does, and she made it so much more about basketball from the very beginning. She's done things for us that I've never seen from a coach that I didn't even know I needed, and I appreciate that a lot. And she also brought in girls and coaches that are very big blessings in my life, and I'm sure everyone can agree with me on that. And Maddie's, I love being co-captains with her this year. I wouldn't have made it this year without her. We're each other's everything on the court and outside, and same with the girls. I'm going to miss them. And the girls I've been with for 3 years, they're just awesome, and she'll have a good team next year. I know that. And just my family and friends at UIW, I'm grateful for them and supporting me, and I'm sad it's over, but I'm grateful that everything happened the way it did.
Unless you guys get any final thoughts, I think that's a good thought one. So appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations to Coach Jasmine Player and her entire staff. The coaches obviously a little bit emotional as the season comes to an end. Coach, you said it a little bit earlier. March Madness also comes March Sadness.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you get to a point in life sometimes where when things don't work out, you still got to have confidence. Yes. Next time you try harder. Yeah. So with them, this might make them a better team the following year. I mean, it's over with for this year, but if they keep working at it together, and they have a strong locker room, they can bounce back.
All right, it's Rio Grande Valley, Northwestern State tomorrow at 11 a.m. 1:30 is Stephen F. Austin and Nichols. Let's turn the page real quick, and then we'll break for a little bit. We have some quarterfinal men's games. I know we're all excited for that. New Orleans and Texas A&M Corpus Christi. That's going to get started at 5 o'clock. Your first thoughts on that game?
Boy, I think that's going to be a really good basketball game. Very challenging. Both teams are very competitive. I think the paint, whoever owns the paint, because both teams got good shooters.
Yep.
But whoever can own the paint or control the paint will win the basketball game.
When I think of that game, I am just thinking electric. That's just all I can think of when it comes to these two teams. They're both prolific scoring teams. They have great players on both ends of the floor. Overall, I think, once again, that this game is going to come to in the paint. But honestly, you mentioned in the last game, who can knock down shots? Who can step up, especially in March?
Rio Grande Valley and Nichols, that'll be a 7:30 matchup tonight. That'll be our nightcap here this evening. Nichols, their second day in a row playing. Rio Grande Valley, they've been hot over the last couple of weeks, really can shoot it from outside. Nichols, I think, is going to have to hit some shots if they want a chance to win this game.
Coach Sadler, I know I talk about the coaches, but again, it's like his personality with this team.
Yep.
I watched him 2 days ago in practice, and what he was preaching is you got to get tougher. You got to get tougher. And they came out, was last night, playing like a basketball team on a mission.
Yep. All right. We're done with our first session. Now we'll move on to the men's side. We'll do it again here in just a little bit. Coming up in about, let's say, 45 minutes from right now, we'll be right back here with you inside of the Townsley Law Arena. We'll open up session number 2. Of course, it's New Orleans at Texas A&M Corpus Christi, RGV, and Nichols coming up for you at night number 2 at the Southland Conference Tournament. We'll be back with pregame coming up in about 50 minutes from right now. See you.